Coders, good afternoon. Let's turn that down a wee bit. Good afternoon. It's 14:33, Sunday afternoon. Welcome to the How to Code Well stream. We're going to be fixing stuff. We're going to be finding bugs today. Probably going to be doing a bunch of end-to-end tests. Maybe, don't know. We'll see what gets thrown around. Just setting this up at the moment, so I've literally just started the Docker machine. So there's a little bit of groundwork that I have to do before the stream, so just bear with me whilst we get all those things in play. So I'm on the wrong branch. That's the first thing. Let's do git checkout of the right branch. That would help. Okay. And let's do a git poll. It's because that isn't up to date. No, it's not up to date. I've done a lot of stuff DevOps wise recently. Setting up MySQL, fail to ban, firewalls, setting up the web server, the database, all sorts of goodness going in there. That's cool. That's all went through. Okay, so let me just double check. There's nothing on this branch, I don't think. Well, there wouldn't be. Huh. Just check. Okay, that's cool. Cool. What else do I need to do? We've just spun up the machine. Let's get into... let's actually get into that eval. There we go. Sorry. Load up the site. Hopefully we can see it. Bring that up here. howtocodewell.local to the Docker machines, Docker containers up. Docker ps-a. Yes, I can see them. That's great. I can see all of that stuff as well. Selenium's down. Let's bring that back up. I need to put a restart on that, I think. Docker compose. -d Selenium. Let's get that running in the background. Good stuff. Okay. So, yeah. So you'll have to forgive me. My brain is still in DevOps mode. I've literally, the last sort of half an hour been neck deep, shall we say, in Ansible, building all these roles. Right, but let's. That's not what we're gonna do. What we're going to do is we're going to have a look at these bugs that are on GitHub in the website, which is that one. And it's in issues. We'll take a look at the bugs first. So if we go to milestones and we go to Q1. So we've got all of these to fix. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The course enrollment stuff we also need to deal with. So there's a bit of work to do today, I think. So I need to get my head back out, away from spinning servers up, and into PHP JavaScript again. So I suppose the first thing I should do is to run the tests. Let's do make tests. That's probably the first thing. Let's make sure that this branch works okay. And whilst that runs, I can also have a little click about myself. So let's do a little bit of investigation work. Although we probably should. Well, let's hit login. It will probably fail because of the databases get rebuilt, but whatever. We'll just have a play. Excellent. Schemas are up to date. So I haven't actually done any code work on this for probably the best part of 3 or 4 days. Mostly in the evenings, I've been working on the Ansible, on building servers, essentially. So a lot of this stuff is the stuff that we saw last time. So we've got your account types. Need to sort that out. That's a bug. That needs to be sort of like, what do they call it? Is it ellipsed? We need to count the amount of characters and only show, like, you know, and wrap it. Do a wrap or something. That's looking like it's working through. Okay. So there's a lot of things here that I would like to add end-to-end tests as well, just to make sure that things are saying what they should say. Like, I log in with a monthly account and I see monthly. I don't see free or anything else. I log in with, say, a yearly account and there's no upgrade because you can't upgrade from yearly. That kind of jazz. So this is now doing the database. So I'll hold off clicking about because the database is going to be reset after each one. So, but so far so good. It looks good. It looks good. Let's have a little read into some of these issues. These are things that I put in like 7 days ago, 10 days ago. Which one's the late? Which one's been stuck in here for a while? 21 days. This is the live page not showing with the embedded Twitch stream. Oh yeah. I don't think I can fix this one until we actually get the beta site rolling. So I'm more than happy to hold off on that one. This one is the syntax highlighting with Prism.js. In my opinion, it's not a showstopper, really. So it's a low priority as sort of that one too. And then we've got the course enrollment stuff here. Yeah, I would like to add some tests around this to just make sure that what I assume works does work. Okay, then there's this one is users who create who log in without an email must create an email. Okay, so that is how would one test that? We would have to create an account which doesn't have an email address and log in, and we need to have an end-to-end test to ensure that there is either some warning or some redirect to the profile page where one can change their email address. So that requires a bit of end-to-end testing. This one, error on account dashboard after logging in with GitHub. Again, this is going to need a little bit of, I think actually these two are linked, and I think it's because when you log in with GitHub and you don't have an email, that is what happens here. We have it throws an error, and this is the resolution of that to ensure that all users who log in without an email and don't have an email must have an email. So I think these two are linked. Tutorials are in the wrong order when calling course get tutorials. So this is a problem I had with the Twig, I believe, Twig template, and I've seemed to have got around it. However, I wouldn't mind a test just to prove that the get tutorials are coming into the right order. Okay, let's so I think maybe we'll work on this one first, and then we'll work on the email stuff, because that's probably a quicker win. And then after that we'll move on to the course enrollments, and these two I'm happy to just leave until we have the beta site running. And the beta site, let's talk about that, because I've done a lot of stuff on I've done a lot of stuff in terms of Ansible in here. So I think it's probably about 40% done. If I was to put an estimate on it, there's stuff I still need to do. So, like for instance, the database, I still need to tighten things up and all that jazz. Still need to install Docker on the actual web server, and then pull down the Docker image, and various other things. I need to just tighten the bolts a little bit, and make sure that I can spin it down and spin it back up again with ease. So that's probably going to happen over the course of the next few weeks in terms of the evenings. I think that's the evening work for me. How are we getting on with those tests? Still going through the acceptance tests. 24 of them. And that all looks like it's passed the integration. That's good. Hey, Dota. Yeah, everything's good. Everything's good, thank you. I think I'll start by creating a test. Hope you're well, by the way. Hope you're having a good weekend. I'm going to start by creating a unit test for this thing. Sorry, I just spat all over my microphone there. Okay, so first tutorial, get tutorial 0. The first tutorial is not the tutorial with the lowest display order. Example, E2E course logged out feature. So I actually managed to fix this, but I don't have a test to prove that I have. And I can't actually remember what the fix was. So let's go and create a test. I guess what we should do, it's in tutorials, right? Or is it, no, it's in course. It's in course. We start from course. So let's create, it will be an entity. And it would be in course test, I guess. And I guess we would just bung one in the bottom here, where we have... Do I have any community open source project? I certainly do. Yep, I do. I have, let's just, hang on, test tutorial, get, bear with me a minute, tutorial, display order. Yes, I do. So, one thing that we've been doing, one thing that this site will have is course notes. These notes are community-driven notes for all of the courses on the website. So there's been some contributors and also the beta testers as well. They've been contributing too. If I go over to, excuse me, if I go over to, come out of this for a second, let's bring that up as a new thing. So yeah, we've got quite a few bits and pieces here, but this is the one I want to chat about. This one is the course notes, and essentially what these are notes for each one of the courses, and the notes are done in Markdown. So for instance, with Docker for Beginners, if we click on notes here, we can see all the notes, and if we clicked on one of these, you'll see the actual notes for them. And like I said, these for each note there is a tutorial, and the idea of these notes are they give more insight and more knowledge, perhaps fill some knowledge gaps that the videos haven't actually didn't discuss, or they give better examples. I think a decent one I could show you is HTML for beginners. There's like a note in here for talking about creating tables and other things like that, which discuss it a little bit more in detail than the videos did. Table nesting, I think, is another good one. So this is talking about nesting tables within tables, but there's loads. There's like PHP, there's Python, there's Symfony, there's Jekyll, there's Linux. I think some of the ones in the Linux ones are done. So yeah, so like this one is the RM thing. This is how to remove directories and files. So these are kind of like little how-to guides, I suppose. Little how-to guides, and the idea is that those will be put into how the tests are going. Tests are still going. Okay, I'm not sure if this is going to work, but I'll demonstrate. Actually, I probably can do this from the beta site. Actually, that's probably easier. Otherwise, the site will just drop. Let's go to courses. Let's go to Linux for Beginners. Click on you. Click on you. Yes, I do need to log in, don't I? Sorry, excuse me. Log in. Come on. Okay, then go into courses. Here. Have I not wired these up yet? No, I haven't. That's probably about... Okay, bad example. Go into this one. Yes. Sorry. So this is what happens with those tutorials. They turn into notes for the actual courses. And like I said, these notes are all community-driven, open source. So that would be how to... Some of these aren't showing. Don't know why. Have I not done all of them? Ah! There we go. How to select records from the database. Yeah, so feel free to jump on and play around with those notes if you want. They're more of a pressing issue, in my opinion, than the other projects that I've got on how to code well. I mean, to be fair, if you want to go through all of this, you certainly can do. The repo is how to code well. This is the thing. Hey up, Davis. Hope you're well. Hope you're having a good Sunday. So, okay, how are those tests running? They all look like they've gone through. Those two are skipped, that's fine. Those integration tests have gone through okay. And those unit tests have looked like they're good. Nothing problem there, although the script would have stopped at this point. So that's all good. So I guess we can start testing wherever the issue's gone. I've got so many tabs now. It's not that one. It's certainly not that one. It is this one. Yeah. So this one, in the wrong order. So this is where we create a tutorial and we give a tutorial a display order, and then when I do get tutorials, it's coming back in the wrong order for some reason. Although I'm sure I fixed it, but I haven't got a test to back that up. So let's just have a play. So we're gonna do a course. We're gonna instantiate a new course. So new course here. Let's just let's create tutorial 1, and we're going to instantiate a new tutorial. We're going to set this tutorial to have set display order. We're going to give this a display order of 2, right? Hang on a minute, why is that? No, that's cool. And we're going to give this one a name as well. So set name, or is it set title? Set title. And we're going to say that this is tutorial 1. We're going to grab this and we're going to copy all of that, paste that underneath. We're going to call this tutorial 2. Tutorial 2. We're going to set the display order to 1. I'm going to call this tutorial 2. Whoops. Sorry. Then what we're going to do is course set tutorials, passing in an array of tutorial 1 and tutorial 2. Now we're going to do course get tutorials 0, and we're going to do get title. Now that, technically speaking, should be tutorial. The first one should be tutorial 2 because of the way it's being reordered. That was the issue. First tutorial course get tutorial 0. The first tutorial is not, and that was flagged by the E2E test down here. Just reading the comments, we're able to travel for 5 miles now, and 4 people from 2 households can meet up. Nice. Oh, I'm glad you got out and managed to see people. That's great. Yeah, we're still waiting. We're still waiting. Okay, array 1, array 2. Okay, so this is name, or let's be a little bit more descriptive. Tutorial title, and we'll do self asset same, and tutorial 0 should be tutorial 2. So that's the expected, and this is the actual title. Excuse me. And if we created now a group, what was the groups for the other thingies? Let's keep it consistent, shall we? Groupers. I say let's keep it consistent. Those groups aren't really good, to be fair, but hey, it is an entity. Fine. Course set, and this is let's do get tutorial display order. Now, the magic of this is that there is a reorder routine that runs when we call get tutorials. So if I did get tutorials, we have a reorder routine that reorders the return of the get tutorials in the order in which the display order is in, right? And it's somewhere around here that I believe that there was a problem. So this is kind of like a little end-to-end to ensure that that's not the problem, not the case. If it is the case, if it still is bust, then we'll dig in deeper and see what's going on here and all that jazz. But fingers crossed, because I've got other stuff to worry about today, rather than well, we've got what, 6 bugs to clear today. What was the bug count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Although I don't think I'm going to get to those 2. So yeah, no, 3. We'll try and get to 3, and then I really want to write some more end-to-end tests on the actual website, because it's really weird, because it feels like it's getting to a point where it's almost it's almost ready to be replacing the current beta site, almost. So I just want to add some more end-to-ends, tie it in a bow, that kind of thing. All right, enough chat. Let's go and actually see if this thing works, shall we? So let's jump into the container. Let's go into, oops, bash, no, docker compose, hang on, hold on, what's going on? App, bash, there we go. And then we want to do bin console code sep, sorry, run unit -g. There we go. And we failed. Okay. Tutorial 2 was expected, but we actually got tutorial 1. So yeah, that is an issue. That is an issue. Darn it. Darn it. I was hoping that would be okay. Okay, you had your second circuit breaker. I haven't tried that. No, Up Davis. No, I haven't. Have you tried the refined GitHub extension? It does some nice extra things like bugs, tabs, and repositories. I haven't. No. Oh, it's a browser extension. No, I haven't. Is it for Chrome? That sounds good. Okay, so this is our failing test, right? This is our failing test now. Okay, so we do course, instantiate a course, instantiate a tutorial, set the tutorial display order to 2, and we set the title tutorial 2, and we set the display order here to 1, meaning that this should come out first. We then set the tutorials, and we get the tutorials, and we want to get the first tutorial. Let me just try something a minute. I know this is probably. Let me just try something first. Let me just try this. I'm interested as to why on the Twig it's working. Okay. Let me just double check. Have I done something different on the Twig? Bear with me a minute. Hang on a minute. Where did I do this? I did this last week. I'm trying to rack my brains as to where I actually got this running. I'm sure I got this running. Wasn't it on, like, here? Like this point? Right. I think I'm going to have to look at the logs. Bear with me a minute. That's annoying. Where would they be? Where would they be? In here. Templates. Let's do a local history, show history. That's on the course. Show difference. Watch course, lessons course. Here we go, get first lesson. Here we go, get first lesson slug. Aha. Okay, let's find that. This is embarrassingly so. Lots of code that I haven't tested yet. Oh dear. So in course, find that method here. So here we go. This runs the get first lesson, which is essentially what we were trying to do, which is this: get first lesson. Tutorial, get first slug. Huh? That's what I've just done, though. Why? Right, hang on a minute. God damn. My memory is not as good as, well, to be fair, I've been sat down for the past sort of few hours just dealing with Ansible stuff, so my memory is of what I was doing a week ago. So that was in the Twig template, right? So that was in here, and it was. I found that if I went to, it would be in front end, it would be in course in here, and it's something to do with this one. We're getting the watch course path, lesson slug. Get first lesson slug. That watch course path is being put into here. Oh, right. I've gotcha. Right, okay, I see now. So, if we come out of if we log out from here for a second, I see. Okay, so the idea is we go to courses. Yeah, so the Ansible stuff, sorry, Davis. The Ansible stuff is, let's click on one of these for a second. Setting up the servers. So and it was. Oh, it's this, isn't it? It's this. Watch course. Right. It's that one there. Continuous guest. Containers versus images. If I was to click on that link there, the continue as guest, I'm sure that's the thing. Sorry, I'll get to the question in a mo. This one here, as guest. Continue as guest uses the get first slug. Watch course. Watch course. Get first slug. It kind of does the same thing, really, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. Yeah, so that's getting the first slug of the first tutorial for the course. So when you click on continue on as guest, it's saying, if you have a look at the URL there, it's lessons / and then the slug of the first lesson. That's where that's come from. So the question is, how is that getting the first tutorials? If I clicked on here, for instance. So that's loading up the first tutorial. That's loading up the first tutorial here. So I've got a feeling that the bug is fixed. Like, we can see that bug is fixed. We can actually do the thing. Click the button and actually see that goes to the first thing. Let's just do another sort of smoke test. If we go to the courses thing, this whole page needs to be completely rebuilt. Well, not completely, but it needs to be redesigned, at least. Let's go to Linux Bash for Beginners here, because this is all test data. That's why it doesn't have much stuff. So if we click on that, that's going to the basics of Bash. The basics of Bash is the first tutorial. The basics of Bash. Yeah. Now, the question is, am I just trolling myself? And are these actually the first tutorials based on the database? And if so, does this mean that I'm just chasing shadows and this isn't actually an issue? We can find that out actually by going to the config here. Sorry, let's just sort this out and then I'll get to the Ansible bits. Courses, PHP, CLI. No, that's not it. Linux Bash for Beginners. If the first tutorial is the basics of Bash, and if the second, if that is containers versus images, yeah, I think I'm chasing ghosts here. I think I'm chasing ghosts. If we do PHP array, that is the first one. CLI, that would be the first one. I'm chasing ghosts. That's the first one as well. Yeah, so sorry, going back to the Ansible stuff, I think we can dismiss that whole issue because that issue is, well, it doesn't exist, does it? Yeah, sorry, the Ansible stuff here. This is what I was playing with today and yesterday and most of the evenings last week. I've been learning how to do roles better, and groups and stuff. I'm moving away from AWS because at the moment the website howtocodewell.net is running off of howtocodewell.net. At the moment, this is a static site. It's built in Gatsby. There's a PHP API behind it, and it's fine. It's fine, but excuse me. I wanted to bring this in to PHP, so have it in one single sort of programming language. So it won't be a React front end anymore. It'll be a PHP stroke Twig thing, which you've just seen. This is what we're working on, and we have. So this currently is working off of AWS. There's an EC2 instance behind it for the PHP API. But what I'm thinking of doing is spinning this up in like another VPS sort of environment using a different provider, and doing so in a way that I have a little bit more more control in terms, because at the moment this is always up, right? This site is always up because it's in Amplify. But I don't want the back end to be always up, is in the beta world, at least, if we go to the beta stuff. Production's a totally different story, of course. So this is beta site. The beta site is already always up, and I don't want it to be always up. I want it to be only up when I want it to be. So that's why I'm going down the Ansible route to see if there's a way I can just spin it up and tear it down and all that jazz. And then from there we'll progress into production. Production at the moment doesn't have any of the PHP stuff. It is just, production is just a static site, and when I click on one of these things, it will take me to the relevant YouTube playlist. Well, that's not that's not what we want to do. In this sprint, at least, we want to give people the ability to log in and create their own accounts and actually see the tutorials. I'm gonna have to log in again, aren't I? And actually see the tutorials on the site, create their own accounts and so forth. And it was working fine. This is the beta site. It was working fine, but it was getting a bit painful having everything in React on the front end and having a PHP API on the back end. It's not very easy for me to just turn this off, the beta site at least. So yeah, long story short, so that's beta. That's production, which is just your static site. And this is the local. So with local, you've got, you know, the whole account thing going on here with, in the future, in the next sprint, let me log in. keep logging out. Yeah, so in the next sprint, I'll log in as the free user. In the next iteration of this, they'll be logging in with different premium-based accounts. So yeah, it's been a long road, this, but we're getting there slowly. I really wish that I made the decision sooner to not go down the Gatsby route. I went very far down the Gatsby route. I mean, we've got to the point where we have people logging in and logging out and you know, all that jazz. But it just got to a point where it was getting too much of a headache to cope. There's only me doing this, and I only do this on the weekends. So I was just walking through treacle, to be fair, just trying to get this done. Yeah, I reckon that issue is a non-issue, and I reckon we can just dismiss it. I'm comfortable with that. Let's even though we have a failing test, I don't believe that's the thing. That's actually how it's working, because the tests are in the right order, because they were inserted in the database in the right order. So if I just do that, then it's fixed. So I'm happy to get rid of this test and basically look the other way. What I should do, however, is I should make sure that these work. That's what I should do. So yeah, let's change this up a bit. Let's take that out. Let's change that to, let's not put that in. That will be the default. Let's put that back into there. And let's do get tutorials. Or not tutorials, let's do get first lesson slug. So let's put the slug in here. So that would be tutorial-1, and that is the expected here, so tutorial-1. So this is get first lesson slug, and we all know that this is going to work. I mean, we can see that we've seen it work. So, but it would be nice to just have something here. Let's also put in. I tell you what, I will add another tutorial. Otherwise, there's no, this test is weird. Let's do 2, because 2, not 12, 2, set tutorials, that's 1, and that is tutorial 2. Whilst we're at it, let's grab that and put this down here, and we'll do the other one, which is, we'll do it up here. So this is get first lesson. Get first lesson should return tutorial 1 title. We'll do the title. Tutorial 1. We could do this, couldn't we? So we could do course get first lesson. Get title. There we go. So this is get first lesson title, or get first lesson, get first. And I will just run. I'll just blat through all of them. I think. Let's come out of this. Let's just do make test unit. There we go. Ba 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 ba. Do you prefer using Ansible, AWS/Ansible, rather than using a PaaS solution? Both approaches and advantages, disadvantages. Yeah. That's a tricky one. That is. So I feel more in control using Ansible. It takes nobody has taught me Ansible. Like I've just been reading articles and making mistakes. There's a spelling issue, isn't there? One of the things are. Yeah. Which one's this? This is 570. 570. Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting question. Don't know. I'll have to think about that. That's an interesting. So AWS has a very good way. Well, it's got several ways of deploying. Code deploy is good. I don't know. It feels like AWS is like the Apple of web development. It has its own ecosystem. All the things work together really nicely, and the more things you have, the more the more flexibility you gain, obviously. But when you start adding things together, things start working better. That's the point I'm trying to make. Code deploy is great, but put your ECR on it, it's even better. S3 is great. Put a Lambda in front of it to resize your images and put it onto S3. Awesome. I've also been looking into Circle CI as a means of doing continual integration. The continual deployment is something that I'm not sure about yet. I mean, we're miles away from actually getting something that is repeatably being deployed. It'll happen. Eventually it'll happen. But I don't know. Not for a while yet. I've used Travis. That's pretty good. Circle CI was just seemed a bit easier to set up. Adding tests for a course for getting the first lesson in a course. Now I'm going to what we do have is we do have a private Docker repo, so that push would have pushed a Docker change. I'm not using that image at the moment, so I'm more than happy to just throw it up. What I should have done, of course, is created a Git issue, a Git branch, did a pull request and all that jazz, but whatever. Sue me. What I'm going to do now is go back over to here. I'm just going to close this down, and then we'll work on the other bits. Okay, because this one's more of a chunky monkey, I think. Users who log in without an email must create an email. So we need to create a Selenium test to prove that. I think both of these two are linked. So we'll create a Selenium test to do that. I'll create a fixture of a user without an email address, and then attempt to do a login. Yeah. This should work. And I think the error was when I got to the account page, it just blew up in my face. I think that was the problem. Yeah. The thing is, I've done a lot of work in the last, not last week, but the week before, and I haven't updated the tickets, unfortunately, so I don't know whether they are working, but there isn't a test against them, that's the thing. Right, so what we need to do first up is we need to create a data fixture for the users, and I'm going to create a fixture that doesn't have an email address. So let's copy one of these things, shall we? Let's copy you, paste it under here. And the reason why you can have I gone and messed up the numbering? Yes, I have. Okay, let's put it at the bottom. The reason why you can have an account that doesn't have an email address is the fact that you can log in via GitHub. There was that GitHub login with GitHub button, and you don't have to have an email address if you have a GitHub account, which means that you technically don't have to have an email address on the How to Code Well platform, because if you've logged in through GitHub and you don't have an email address on GitHub, then you don't have an email address on the How to Code Well site, which if I was to allow that to happen, would cause no end of problems. I need to bump that up to that's 7. That needs to be 8. Sorry, that needs to be 8. And we're gonna just grab that. We're gonna change that to be no email. That's fine. We're gonna give a username and password. We'll keep the same thing going. So that's the username will be, let's just put there we go. That'll do. I think that's okay. All right, so we'll run the data fixtures. Excuse me. We'll run the data fixtures, add this user in, and then we'll log in using these credentials, and we'll see what happens. Yeah, still working on GitHub issues. Hey, Mo Agbo. Awesome username. Ah, nice. Opdavis has built a CLI app that gets PHP South Wales speaker and talks info from the Drupal site, which has a JSON API, and builds a leaderboard. Nice, I can see that getting competitive. And speaker names and how many talks each has given. That is such a good idea. Wow, that is such a good idea. That's a nice thing to do as well. If you can link to the actual talks, if you push the talks up to YouTube, that's great. I like it. Yeah, reading stuff and screwing up. Yep, that's what I do. Yeah, the problem I've got with AWS is the more I use it, the more expensive it becomes. In fact, at the moment, with just what I've shown you, AWS is charging me a considerable amount a month for what I'm doing. I'm sure there are ways to reduce the costing. One of the ways is to get the beta, is just to remove the beta site whenever I'm asleep. And I can't, unfortunately, because the front end uses the PHP API. The front end is because the front end is in Amplify. I can't just turn that off. Not easily, which means that the back end needs to be up and running. Yeah. Whereas this, I mean, I was playing with all sorts of pretty things today. I've managed to get some firewalls going, fail to ban going. Added to get MySQL and some SSH fun going. So when you, I mean, I won't go into the details, but it's sort of sets up different SSH accounts and stuff. On the back of this, or before this, we do have Terraform. So Terraform is the thing that actually does the build. So it will build the site and the database, and then after that, Ansible runs, which then goes through and configures the firewalls, the database, SSH, does various upgrades and all of that jazz, and there'll be Docker and all of that stuff coming soon. It's just a lot to do. Just a lot to do. It's getting there though, slowly and slowly. Yes, I have disabled the links on the chat because I was being spammed by some silly person. Let's just say that. So apologies that the links are just coming up with the stars. Okay, so right, let's add this user to the account, shall we? Let's do that. So when we run the tests, the database will be reset. So we need to first, and it will be reset using tests. Where are we? Data here. Dump. So we need to update the dump file to include this. Otherwise, the following tests will just use this dump, rebuild the database, and won't have this user in. So we need to back that up. And one of the things that I'm going to be doing in the background, one of my tasks for probably not next week, but the week after, is I'm going to encrypt this, because at the moment this is just raw SQL, and it is a just test data at the moment. It's just all the fixtures put together. But as this project progresses and goes forward, I do not want to have any kind of, if there's any whisper of any kind of credentials, regardless of whether they're test or not, I want them to be encrypted. So I'll need to update my, what I'm trying to say is I need to update my the test scripts to then decrypt it and then put that up. It might slow the test down somewhat. Anywho, what I'm going to do actually is I am going to create a GitHub, sorry, a Git branch. Let's just make sure I've got nothing on here. Git checkout -b. And this is users who log in without an email must first create an email. So that's a mouthful. Let's just call this require email. And the goal here is that once you log in without an email address, you must be forwarded to the profile screen to then add an email. So what I would like to do is create an end-to-end test where that happens. So you log in with this account and then you're forwarded to the profile page, and then an email address is submitted, and then you can continue on with your day. No problems, Op Davis. Thank you for dropping by. That was very kind of you to stop in. I'm glad you're doing well. So, Selenium fun. Let's get on to some Selenium. First up, I need to put this back, don't I? Right, and then we're going to do make db test rebuild. So that's going to run the rebuild script. It's going to drop the database. It's going to recreate the database. It's then going to go through all of the migrations. After that, it's going to go through all the fixtures. Hopefully, purging the database. Go through all the fixtures. And now it's done the user fixture. It should now have added that account to the thing, to the database. So that should now be in. Dump has, you've seen that's gone blue. That's now been updated. So yeah, we can start writing our end-to-ends. So if we go to templates, not templates, sorry, tests, and we go to acceptance, and we have a look at one of these things. So it is, I guess we could call, I need to reorganize this to make it a little bit more easier to read, because no doubt this is just going to grow as the project gets bigger. So it's not very descriptive, is it? It's just not very descriptive. Let's grab that for a second. Let's write this. So this is login without email. And we're going to have to prefix this with front end. What I guess what I'm going to need to do is put these into their own directories. So, you know, content management, end-to-end tests, front end, end-to-end tests, that kind of thing. But for now, we'll just dump it in here for a second. We'll call this feature front end login without email. In order to see an account, I must log in. So that's not the thing. In order to use an account, no, that's not going to make sense, is it? I was going to say, in order to use an account without an email must be supplied. A user's email must be a user must enter a email address after logging in. After login, when the user account doesn't contain an email address as well. Bit of a mouthful, that one. So, okay. I attempt, scenario 1, attempt to log in. So log in with no email. So okay, it's too many words. Shush. So given I am logged out, okay, so that will remove the sessions. I go to the login page. I enter, and now this is where we go into the. This is where we start filling in our stuff into username form. I enter into password, and I click log into account. Right, so I need to fill out these things, and we need to fill out those things with this stuff. And I actually need to remove the email address, don't I? Otherwise, it's not going to work, which means that I need to run those migrations again. Okay, yeah. Let's do that. Lol. Fancy running a test when I'm testing for no email when I actually pass in an email. That's ridiculous. Right, let's run all this again. Okay. Okay, so that user now, and we could probably see it. Actually, no, I won't bother. I won't do that. Okay. All right, so that is the email address. That's the username. And this is the password. Okay. We click login, and we should be redirected to. We should actually be redirected to the profile page. And what else should we? We should see. Is there an error thing in here? Let's have a look. Find in file. Alert. No. Error. There we go. Register feature. I can see error, and I see error. There we go. That's what I needed. So in here, and I see error. Please enter. I don't know if this is the thing. We'll see. Please enter email address. Excuse me. Okay, so let's see if we can run this. So let's do a refactor rename just to grab that. Thank you. So we'll have to jump into the container once more. So bash, and let's just clear down the screen, make a bit of room. Right, let's do bin code set run acceptance hyphen. Is it? Actually, no. I have I don't need to do that. I have a make file. It is test acceptance feature, and you pass in the feature. There we go. I thought I had done this before. All right. So the Selenium server's up. That's the server IP that's been put through. We are attempting to do a front-end login without an email. Whoops. Which is a login with no email. I'll update the description in a minute. So, user must enter email after logging in, after login with no email stored on accounts. Okay, here we go. So there's an error here. I should be redirected to account profile. It's actually redirected to account. And the beauty with Selenium is it should have, in output, given me a ping file of what it's done. So it's logged in. And it's logged in here. and we're on the account, so we're not in the place. Because if I was to log in with that user, let's just do it here. So we log out, and log in with those creds. Let's grab those creds. Let's paste that in and paste this one in too. I'm working at the moment on hey Greg, I'm working on the How to Code Well site at the moment. Okay, so I've just logged in as that user without an email. What I want to happen is I want it to go to profile, and I want to have the error message here. So let's have a play. So this is an error with login, right? This is what's happening on login. So if we go to our where do these things live? Security, and it would be the front end login auth stuff, and it takes the passwords and all that jazz. I've got a feeling it's around the success stuff here. Yeah, so this is just redirecting to the target path. Let me just double check what I'm doing on here. It's slightly different, isn't it, with the GitHub stuff? I'm checking for on success. Yeah, I'm checking for all sorts of manner of stuff. Okay, we're gonna have to do a similar thing here. Okay, no problem, no worries. Okay, so we have our failing test at least. All right. It's this part here. What I need to do, I need to get the user at this point, don't I? Because at this point I need to see whether there is an account, an email address on the account. So let's just, how did I do it from here? Instance of email, token, get user from session. This get user from session. If user is an instance of user, if the, okay, what's that? Get known ID. Okay, I'm not sure I can use that. I've got the token interface. I wonder if I could use that. Let's have a look. I've got the token interface. That might work. Let's have a look. User is equal to token get user. Yay. All right. So we should be able to have user get that's an interface, right? So we should do a if the user is an instance of my user interface, not the Symfony's user interface. So it's not that one. We could just do that, I suppose. Yeah. Okay. So then we would have user, oops, get email. There we go. Email is equal to this. So I'm just putting in some real shady ad hoc code for a second. So, okay, we've discovered whether there's an email, and we can do if empty email. If that's the case, then we want to redirect. So yeah, let's put in some comments. So first up on here, we want to get the user. Then we want to check if user has email address. Then after this, we want to redirect user to profile page if email, oops, is empty. Okay, can we get some tests in for this? Can we go over to tests and go into unit tests? Can we go into security here and oh look, that's not. Is it integration? There we go. So we kind of need a similar set of tests. Yeah. For that, but for the front end. So we'll do the tests. So we'll do front end, what did I call it? Front end logged in form authenticator. That's a mouthful. Front end login form authenticator test. Right, just for speed, let's just grab that, paste this in. Yeah, we want on success. There we go. That's the test we're playing with. Let's get rid of a lot of this stuff, a lot of this junk. We probably need the before. Whoops. Yep, get rid of all that. Right, I need to work through all of this. We create the mock of the token interface, but we need to return a user that doesn't have an email address. So let's do user is equal to a new instantiation of user. We give user set email is empty. Excuse me. And let's just change that front end. So on success with no email. Authenticator. There we go. So we've got a user, we're setting the email as blank, and we are going to mock that out. So let's grab the token interface here. Get mock. No, hang on. Let's create mock. Have I just totally forgotten how to do mocks? This create mock. Yeah, I have forgotten how to do mocks. Let me have a look. Client registry, this GitHub, you set all this stuff, and then we've got the users create mock, user interface, all of this jazz. That's not what I want. That's not what I want. None of this is what I need. Set constructor argument, get built, aha. Right, get only, and then only methods. Sweet, so it's get mock builder. Okay, I thought it was something like that. So, I think this is, because if we just did create mock, that's just going to return the mock, right? So that's the mock object. We don't want to do that. I don't think. Unless I can do something like method. Oh, I can. Oh, okay. No, okay. Take that back. So method constraint is it get user will return the user. There we go. Okay, so we pass that in to the authentication, and we check that we do have an instance of redirect response. But what I would like to do is check that the redirect response does that when we do that on success. That's going to the wrong place. That's GitHub Authenticator. Front end. Okay, I am going to wire this up. Come on, get rid of those. Thank you. Off you go. I will have to wire this up. front end. There's the U. Here. Front end form. That's it. Honestly, don't know if I need any of this stuff. Let's see. So that is new front end authenticator. And what do you take? You take nothing. Oh no, you take an entity manager, a URL generator interface, and a bunch of other stuff. Okay. So what I want to do is just make a test to ensure that the redirect path is the thing that I would like it to be. So let me. Right. Let's get rid of all. I'll tell you what. Let's just start from scratch. Let's just start. There. All right. Okay, so the first thing I need is the entity manager. Okay, so we do entity manager is equal to doctrine get. Great. Is it get manager? I don't know. Get manager, it is. Okay. Okay, so that goes into here. Next one is URL generator interface. Let me put this side by side so I can actually see it. Move that over to here. Right. So we got the entity manager that's gone through. Next one is the URL generator interface. So let's create a mock for that. So it's that one. Pass that into there. Equals this create mock, and it is this thing in here. URL generator interface. Thank you. Class. There we go. So that's that. What's the other thing that I need to do? I'm sure there was a third. I think there was 4, wasn't there? 4 things. So, oh yeah, the CSR jobby. Let's just grab the variable name. Put that there. Let's equal this. Whoops. This creates the mock. Pass that into here. Boom, boom, boom. Yes. Class. Thank you. Mock all the things. And then the next one is the password encoder. Okay, boom. It's equal to this. Create mock, pass that in. Why do you not? Okay, fine. Lowercase u. Right, can I have my object now, please? Can I have that, please? Yes, I can. Okay, so now we run the on success. We pass in the request and we pass in the token and some dummy provider. The token interface has is a mock itself, but the get user will return the user which doesn't have an email address. So we've now sort of made that environment, I suppose. And I guess what we should do is have can we do yes, expects self. Let's tighten this up a bit. Self is it self once? Yeah, so it's going to be called once. We expect it to be called once get user. And this, let's get rid of this for a second, make a little bit of room so I can see what's going on. That's quite the opposite of making room. There we go. So this thing is ensuring that we run get user and we've passed in an email address that doesn't exist, which means that we should be falling into here. Now at this point what we want to do is return a redirect response to account/profile. So it would be something like let me think. So we're asserting we're asserting that the redirect response is the instance that we return back. But can we also get the target URL? Oh yes, we can. Look at that. Sweet. Whoops. Clicking all the buttons. No, I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to go there. Oh dear. No, I didn't want to do that either. I've just quit PHP Storm. Oh my word. My fingers were having a bit of a dance on the keyboard there. Lol. Okay, I'm back in the room. All right. So instead of pressing Control 1, I press Control Q and I quit. Or Command Q. Right. Okay. So are we all back to where we need to be? Yes. Apart from I need the actual test to be up. There we go. All right. Okay. So the idea is that we return the get. I reckon it's get. Yeah, I reckon it's that. And I reckon what we want to do is we want to go to there and we want to change that to be account, because that's what it is at the moment, but we want to go to profile. Okay, so we don't have an email. Now, one thing I've just realized is that we're passing in the request, we're returning a response, but I believe am I right in thinking that the response is mocked itself? Let me have a dig. Or unless, are we just, we are doing a new instance of return response. Sweet. Okay, let's run this test and see if it fails, which it should fail. So let's get out of, let's bring up another container here. Let's do API. No. I need to evaluate the shell. We're going to get into here. We're going to do, yeah, we need to get into the bash container, sorry. And we're going to do bin code set run units passing in. It's not unit. It's an integration test. Integration. -G, and it's whatever I've called the test, which is, I haven't even called it. Oh no, I have. Security front end success with no email. Run that. Okay, so it's found that, and we've got a session issue. Session has not been set. Why? That wasn't what I expected. On line 116. That's a test. That's not what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing. 116. Aha. Get. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we're basically skipping out of all of this stuff, but what we want to do is we want to have a test in here which will return the target path. Target path, how is that being worked out? Target path is off of the session. Okay. Request get session. So, I tell you what, let's just fix that issue. Let's fix that issue. Let's do if request get session is an instance of, because that's not always the case. of the session interface, then we return that. We can't check it unless we actually have a session. Okay, so what we're looking for is a failing test. Oh, okay. Session does that always hit then if the session isn't? Ah, here we go. Null. Session has not been set. Okay, I'm not sure how I'm going to get around that, to be fair. Unless I was to create a session, maybe? Could I do that? Might be able to do that. Can I do... has session, set session. Yeah, let's set a session. Let's do that. So let's do session is equal to new session. Passing that in. Maybe that'll work, I don't know. Let's give that a go. I might have to start it or something, I don't know. Okay, so this is failed to start the session because the headers have already been sent. That old chestnut. Can I just run that? Can I do that from here? I don't think I can, but we'll see. I very much doubt this is going to work. And I'll probably have to change how I'm actually attacking this. The thing that's falling apart is on this on success thing. Down here it's saying get session. And it's saying there isn't this session, which is off of the request, hasn't been set. It's not an instance of the session interface. So what we could do is we could mock that, I suppose. Ugh. That's protected? So no, we can't do that, I don't think. I mean, it's not the thing that we're looking for. We're looking for this. But I guess if I was to do that, and then on here, let's just get rid of all this jazz for a second. What I'm looking for is that failing. So let's just run this for a second. It should say expected account profile. And then the other one should be account. Argument 1 to redirect response must be type of string. Null has been given on line 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Right. URL generator. Generate. Oh, rats. So it looks like I'm going to have to unmock the URL generator. That's a frustration. It's never easy. Let's do that. URL generator. Can I just do a concrete class of URL generator is equal to a new URL generator? Do I have to put anything in here? Oh yes, of course I do. Lots of things. I'm after the generate function, which is this. So name, parameters, reference type, and absolute path. Gets the parameters, does the roots. This is going to be very tricky. Okay, let's back out of this slowly. Okay, how do I refactor that so it's easier to then test? We're relying on this generate function. What I suppose I could do... Yeah, what I suppose I could do is put that into its own method, and then I could mock the return. But the thing is, I'm still going to need it up here, because technically this up here would be returning, like if we were to fill this out, it would be return new, and then redirect response, and then this would be the URL that we want to redirect to, which would be this. And this would be front end profile. Front end profile, account profile. Yeah, but I can't get to that because I need to run the generate method, and I can't run the generate method because the URL generator is mocked, and I can't unmock the URL generator because of all the other complexities and dependencies that the generate method calls upon. Pants. I think I've snookered myself. That's annoying, isn't it? How do I refactor this? Okay, let's break this apart. We're not actually testing this. We're testing the response of this, aren't we? So first up, one idea is to see if we can do PHP mock method return with an if. How to test an if statement in PHP. Managing return types. I don't think this is gonna work. Managing return types. We'll return 5. All of these things. It's all good. Mapping arguments to return values in PHP unit. So return value map. Will return. Oh, hang on. This is quite interesting, isn't it? So 3 and 10. Execute mock context. What's mock context is create a mock. Mock context is method perform will return a value map. So mock context will execute. Hang on a minute. Test is my command. Where's my command? Have I just not 5? We're asserting this as 20 with the test val. Test val is execute my mock context, passing in 5, and we return 20. Well, none of that's 20, but that's 20, and we're returning 5. So I wonder if that is the corresponding number. So 3 would be 15. I reckon that at maybe not. I was going to say, I wonder if those add each other up. I don't know. Return callback function arg. If arg is 12, then throw new exception. Oh, hang on a minute. Using callbacks to manage more complex logic. Although PHP unit provides lots of convenient methods for returning values from mock objects, occasionally you want to have a custom route. If you need more control, you can pass a callback to a return. I didn't know you could do that. That's so cool. So we create the mock, we get the context, we perform, that's the method that we call, and it will return a callback, and we pass in an argument. If the argument is 12, we return an exception. Else, we return 55. Huh, Okay, so let's step through this. So we do perform. Where does perform live though? Because we're not calling that. We're calling mock context. My command, because I've skipped ahead, I haven't seen what that is. 12. So 12 will throw an exception, I think. And then 6 will return whatever that is. This allows me to make mock objects perform method more sophisticated. I can test any arguments provided. Oh, that's interesting. Let's just read above rather than skipping ahead. Let's just read this whole article. So we've got a perform method here. We pass in the input and we return the input. Okay. As you can see, the context does very little. Imagine, though, that if the live component, our hapless coder should not have invoked, the component we want to test will use context. As testers, we want to check on the interaction, but we don't want context to be ran. Here is the component we wish to test. Okay, so we've got the execute method here. We pass in the context. Okay, so this becomes a dependency. So you pass the context in. That is what we're mocking. And we pass in the input. So we do stuff. Try important value is equal to the context perform. So there's a perform method on here. That makes more sense. Passing in the input. And more stuff with the important value. We then return. Here we go. So it's important value, which is whatever is being returned from perform, plus 5. And we catch an exception and return -1. Okay, that makes more sense. I wish I didn't skip ahead. So my command has an execute method, which gives a context, which is given a context object. It duly calls its perform method, then it acts on the return value by adding 5 to it. If the context object throws an exception, the execute method recovers and returns -1. Okay, that makes more sense. So what we're doing here, we are plussing 5 to whatever the important value is. So down in these things, what we do excuse me, is we return a map, don't we? Where if we pass in 3, then we add 5 to that. That's not 10 though. Oh no, hang on. Mock objects and we're passing in 5, which returns 20. So I don't understand what this is about. 5 return value map. Oh, are we returning? Sorry, are we? So it's returning. Gotcha. Yeah. So wherever this is. This is it. So it's returning an important value, and then you pass in input into here. So it doesn't matter what this is. What you do is whatever that returns, we then add 5 to it. So that's what the import map does. I think what's happening with the import map is that is the return of the perform. I think. No, that's the return of the perform. That's what you give it. So we're giving it 3, but it's returning 10, and we're plussing 5 to it. Therefore, we get... No, that still doesn't make sense. Hang on, I'm confused. 20. That equals 20. Don't understand. Returning different values from multiple calls. Have I just skipped on too much again? Creating PHP mock objects that return a single value. We'll return 5. Returning different values for multiple calls. The previous example is fine if we want the same value to be returned every time, which we don't in my instance. Context perform is called, but what if I want 3 different values from 3 separate calls? On consecutive calls, I didn't know you could do that either. That's cool. A slightly different structure for configuration. The will method accepts a range of different objects that set up different configurations. The method PHP stub and okay. My command execute mock context 7, 9, and 11, and that's because yeah, okay, I see. So we're passing in 2, 4, and 6, and we're adding 5 to each one of those numbers, so we get 7, 9, and 11. I see now. It's starting to make sense. As well as testing operations, we often need to test components' ability to handle error conditions. I'm not worried about that too much. Mapping arguments to values. If you need to make PHP objects return a particular value based on an argument or set of arguments, then you can use the return value map to set up your conditions. Return value map accepts an array of arrays. Each of the inner arrays should define the expected argument or arguments and the end value you wish to be returned. Still doesn't make sense, because if we're getting 3 back and we're adding 5 to 3, we don't get 10 or 20 even. Is that timesing it, or is that adding it? No, it's adding it. Unless these are the things that map to these things. So 5 is 5, 3 is 3. That probably makes more sense, right? I don't know. I'm not sure. So in this example, given the argument 5, my mock context will return 10. Oh, that's the return. Okay. Note that the order of arrays is not important. Here I call 5 first, and then 3, even though the maps are defined in the opposite way around. I see. All right. Okay. Although PHP Unit provides lots of convenient methods for returning values of mock objects, occasionally you need to go at the custom route. If you need more control, you can pass a callback into the return. Okay, where we have our if statement. Okay. All right. Maybe I've got enough now just to go on. This is very interesting. I'm digging this. Because what I want to do is I want to change the route for if you don't have an email address or if you do have an email address. That's essentially what it is. So this redirect response needs to change depending on whether the email is present. Now, the challenge here is is this URL generator jobby. We tried to unmock it, didn't we? Hang on a minute. Hang on, I'm in the wrong place. Yeah, I tried to unmock it, but the thing is, it requires all of this stuff. And when we run the generate, so I wonder if we can change the return of generate. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm still going to go down this platform and see what happens. So we're going to do we're going to create a mock, and here we've got the URL generator, and we're going to do method, and the method is generate. We're saying that we can return at will, and excuse me, this can hold a callback. So it is, it's a function which takes arguments. I think this is this how it works? If args equals something equals 1, then return a, I'm just playing, else return B, something like that. Expected parameter closure provided will. Oh, sorry. Yeah, of course. This needs to be this return callback. There we go. Right. So we need to work out what the arguments are. Which could be a challenge. Oh, we could just say the name, right? Because the name is defined here. That's the name. Aha. I like this. I like this. Let's just grab that a second and go back into here. So that would be the name. So if the name is equal to here, then we return account profile. I see now. And then else we return account. There we go. That's my if condition. Based on the name, based on what we provide. Which means down here, when we call upon this and we pass in our, when we do our thing, we don't have the email address. We call on success, and we should be calling this now. So that should return that path. Else it should return this path. So what I'm going to do is just comment this out, and then I'm going to run this and just see what happens. I've never done this before, so I'm not sure how. Okay, must be a class. Hang on a minute. Argument 1 of assert instance of. Where is that? Oh yeah. That should be assert same. Lol. Let's run this. Yay! That is exactly what I wanted. That is exactly what I wanted. So now, because that's our specification, we're saying this technical specification, this test here is saying we want to ensure that if you've got if a user logs in, and we get to this on success method, on authentication success, which you will only get to if you've logged in successfully. But if you've done so with a user that doesn't have an email address, we want you to be forwarded to here. And at the moment, you're not. You're being forwarded to here. So we need to change that up to there. And we'll run the test, and hopefully this should now pass. Nice. Excuse me. I'm doing well, thank you, Omar. Thank you. I'm doing well. I'm doing good. Thank you for joining, Marco, as well. Thank you very much. Hope you've all had a good week, or weekend, as it is. I'm playing with the login stuff at the moment. I'm trying to make an end-to-end test where when you log into the system and you don't have an email address, you get forwarded onto the profile page where you can actually add an email, where you have to add an email address. So I'm just doing the sort of the mechanics around that at the moment. So we've got, if the email address is empty, then we redirect to here. That's brilliant. So we can pass that back in. Okay, so now let's do our actual end-to-end test. So up here we run. So when we go to our end-to-end, which is here, we log in. We enter the username, no email. Into the username field, we enter the test1234 into the password field. We click login, and then I should be redirected to accounts and then profile page. At the moment, that doesn't happen. It just goes to account. And then we should see this error. There should be, please enter email address. Now that isn't happening at the moment, so that's our next failing test. So let's run that feature. And I've just learnt something very interesting with PHP Unit. I can provide a callback to the mocked method, meaning that I can have an if statement within the mock method. I never thought I could do that. That's so powerful. So powerful. Okay, what's going on here? Yeah, okay. So we've got to we've got past that thing we had before. Now we've got to the point where we don't have the please enter your email address in the error report. So if we had a look at this, Selenium should have created a PNG Pong file, and this should be our account/profile page, but without that alert message. Let's see. Yeah, so we're now there. Whoop, whoop. So we need to have a little red thing across here. Now, that's going to be tricky because that requires a session. Yeah, okay. So what I need to do is I need to deal with the sessions. Yeah. And this is probably going to break the other test I just did. If let's do session is equal to this. Oh, sorry, request. Do we have has session? We do have has session. Interesting. Previous session. Let's have a look. Has session. Has session is null. Okay, maybe we can do that up on here. So now I'm just going to make some really bad code and then I'll refactor it later. So if request has session. All right. If we have a session, then we do session get, whoops, session get, no, request get session. There we go. So we're checking whether we've got the session before we get the session. Session. Now, whoops. I need to have a look and see how I've done it with the GitHub Authenticator a minute. Bear with me whilst I deal with that. because what we want to do is add something to the flashback, and I can't remember how that works. So give me a sec. That's the messages. Add this add flash. Oh, I had it in the add flash. Ooh, look at me. Okay. All right, I'm just going to throw this here. What we'll probably do later is refactor this so both of these extend the same class, meaning that there's only one add flash. All right, so this is getting the session from the instance of session. This is running off of this session. So how did that work beforehand? Was it the fact that I injected this in session interface? I did. Okay, so I'm thinking maybe we do the same thing on the on here as well. So no, I don't think we should do that. I don't think we should do that actually. I think what we should do down in the add flash, I think we should do session is equal to null. No. no. I think we did. Okay. So we're going to need a session up here, right? And this is going to be a nullable session interface. Okay. I don't want to inject it in. So if this session is okay, then we get the flashback, then we set the session and all that jazz. That's fine. Okay. So at this point, as session, I want to do this add flash. I want to pass in the error, and I want to pass in whatever message I have defined in here. There we go. All right, so if request, then we set that, else we redirect to the to there. In fact, we probably don't need that, do we? Because this already checks whether there is a session. So there we go. So add flash goes down to here. Then we do, if instance is a session, then we set the flashback to that. Now we need to work out how to set the session. So we've got the request here. We could do this session is equal to this request get session. I'm thinking maybe what we need to do is put this into its own method as well. So maybe set session from request. There we go. Passing in the request. So this will all be refactored. It'll all be sort of, we'll have an abstract authenticator which will have all of this stuff. So we'll do this session. Well, first up we need to do if request has session. We need to do that first, and then we do this session is equal to this, sorry, request get session. There we go. And that's void. So then, whoops, up here in our little world, we could do this set session from request. There we go. There we go. All right. First up, let's just make sure my unit tests still work. Oh, my integration, sorry. with those changes. I'm hoping they will. No. Session must not be accessed before initialization. Have I not set this to null? Yep. Need to set that to null. Give it a default value. There we go. Okay, cool. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, so now we're going to run this, and I'm hoping that it's going to add this to the flashbag, and I'm hoping that this is going to pass. I hope. Yes, it has. Excellent. Right. Okay. Just because I don't believe it, chances are I've done something wrong, and I never just accept a test as working on an end-to-end. I like to see it myself. So let's go and actually have a look and make sure that that does the thing that I want it to do. I'm in the wrong website. Let's remove that. Let's remove that. It's this one. Let's hit log out. Let's go into the fixtures a minute. Let's get this username. There we go. Let's log in. Right. So we're going to log in with this username, which we've just created, which is no email, and we have the password as that. So let's log in. This should take us now to the profile page, and we should have an error on the profile page that says please enter email address. Yay! Okay, that worked. Brilliant. Now, obviously, there's no email address box here. That's the next thing we need to work through. But yeah, that's really good. Yeah, that's really good. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pop down and grab a cup of tea. I think because my throat's getting a bit sore, and that's only half drunk, and it's cold. So I'm going to grab a cup of tea. Whilst that goes off, I'm going to run all the tests, just all of them, just to flush everything through. I might have, with an S on the end, I might have some issues that I've put in with like code style or whatever, but I will be back very shortly. I'm going to grab a cup of tea. So I'll let this just run. I'll just keep it going. Hello, got my cup of tea. I have my cup of tea. Okay, it looks like it's still, let me put the headphones on. Looks like it's still going through the tests. Ugh. It's good to have a break. So, where are we at with these? Looks like it's doing some end-to-ends, right? Yeah. Okay, so it's doing the important stuff. Registration. So I guess the next thing, once this is all done, is to work on the email field here. So what we're going to do is create another feature or another scenario. So this scenario is that a user must enter an email. Well, okay, this is a feature. A user must enter an email address after login when the user's account doesn't contain an email address. The scenario is a user must, right, the scenario here is user logs in without email address and is redirected to the profile page with an error. Okay, so that's the first scenario. The second scenario, I suppose, we should do is we should test. We should log in with a user which has an email address to just prove that the other side is okay. And then we should have a third scenario where the user logs in without an email address, enters another email address, and then logs out and then logs back in again. Okay, so we just gotta wait for these to roll through. I'm so glad I haven't screwed anything else up though. That's really good. Man, it's probably going to take a lot longer when these the database gets encrypted. Probably going to take a bit more time. So anyway, I'm going to start with creating a user that does have an email address. So let's see now. We have an email up here. We can log. I suppose we can just log in with an existing user, right? So let's do that. Are we still waiting on these damn tests to go through? We are. Gosh. Okay. Whoa, here we go. Okay, that's all good. All right, so we're going to log in. Here, sorry. this scenario. Okay, so a user logs in with an email address and is redirected to the account dashboard. So this is the other side of that test. So the other side of that if statement. So we're going to log in this time with just a general user. So we'll find that sorry, the free test one. I always use this as a sort of a dummy account. So we're going to log in with that, and I think that's the same password. Am I right? I am right. Yep. And we have an email address on this account. Okay, so instead of now being redirected to account, account profile, we should be redirected to account. So there we go. So I'm going to run the test again for that. So we're just going to run make test feature without email. So it's going to run the two tests now. And then down here, we're going to start writing out the scenario for the next test, which is I log in again with this user. I enter an email. I log out and then I relog in. And I should be down to where this user is. Okay, how are we going on here? Nope. Something's not right. I enter into username. I enter into password. This usually happens if the quotes aren't in the right place. That's odd. What I can do is run this with V. So I could do, just to see what's going on, -V, and we pass in the name of the feature, which is this. Something's wrong on this one. Given I am logged out, when I go to login page, I enter freetest1@howtocodewell.net into the username form field. That looks fine. I enter test1234 into the password form field. I click login to account. I should be redirected to /account. Oh, no, I know what's wrong. Sorry, I know what's wrong. It's the pages. It's pages. That should be page. Page. All right, let's run that again. So one of the reasons why I'm being a little bit sort of cautious around this feature is the fact that it's, this is a very important feature, and it should be tested as well as it can be, in my opinion. So this is why we're spending a bit of time going through all of this. So user logs in without an email address. Actually, let's tighten that up a bit. So user logs in with an account that doesn't have an email address. The user should be redirected to the account profile page with an error. There we go. User logs in with an account that does have an email address and is redirected to the account dashboard. There we go. That's tightening both of those things up. Okay, so that's that. That's good. Okay, so the next scenario is that a user, well, essentially does this, but enters in an email address. So does all of this stuff. And then we need to enter. I enter in an email, which is at, so no email at, and we'll just grab that. Into email form field. We haven't got this set up yet, so this is going to fail. In email form field. And then we're going to click save. and I click save, then I am redirected to the account. No, then I'm redirected to the account profile page. Yeah. Okay, so that's logging in with no email, and then entering in the email, and then clicking save. Yeah, and then yeah. So that's the end to end there. Okay, so user logs in with an account that doesn't have an email address. The user should be redirected. The user should be redirected to the account profile page with an error. The user enters the email and email address and saves their account, their details. Okay, so this is going to fail because we don't have that form field yet. That is going to have to be on the. That's going to be a tricky one to do, that one, because I believe in the controller in front end, in account, in profile, we're getting the profile type, and the problem we've got is the contact. It's not on the profile, it's on the user. So that's going to be a little tricky to do. I think what we need to do is refactor this part. So, yeah. So this is not going to be a profile type. This is going to be a user type. And the thing is, this will need to be done differently. So so we'll grab the user or throw an exception, get the profile, create the form. That's going to have to be a new form. We're going to have to pass in the user and not the profile. And then we're going to have to get the profile and the contact type off the back of that. I think that's how that will roll. Let's just see how those tests have fared. Yeah, we've got an error here. So user logs in with an account that doesn't have an email address. The user should be redirected to the account profile page with an error. The user enters an email address and saves their details. Okay, so the user should be redirected to the account profile page with an error. The user, okay, fine. It's I enter in the email into an email form field, but the form field doesn't exist. That's fine. That's what I expected. So, okay, so let's go and create a form. So we'll deal with this here. So maybe I should just use the profile type and just change the name of it. Yeah. Yeah, maybe we just keep the profile type and we change the. Do we have any tests on this? Bear with me a minute. We don't, which means that I can do this. Well, I could have done it with a test, but it means that I'm not breaking anything, any other things, which is good in one way, worrying in the other that I don't actually have a test for this. But anyway, the idea is that we're going to, instead of passing in the profile, we pass in the user. So we do that instead. And we pass the user into here. So we go to the profile type, we pass in the user, which is down here, so user. And we add email to it, and we add a contact. That's not going to work. We add a profile, haha, which would be profile type, haha. All right, that's not good. Let's lol. All right, let's change this to be user profile type. There we go. Let's just git roll back all those things off of this. And this here, we pass in the user. We have the email. We have we don't have that. And we have, this is profile. Profile. This is the profile type. So this is now user profile type. Okay, cool. Come down here, there's the user, that's fine. Profile type now has the profile, as well as the contact and the subscribed. And that is profile. Okay, that might work a little better. I'm probably going to have to rejig the twig templates. Let's see if we can do this by eye. So let's just refresh this screen. It's probably all going to fail. Twig is probably going to crash and burn because I've now basically moved the form one sort of entity above where it was. Yeah, thought so. The forms view is expected to be entity profile, but app user. You can avoid this by setting the data class to null or adding the transformer. So, aha, okay, yeah, I see. What I haven't done up here is I haven't changed that to be user profile type. There we go. All right, let's just refresh that. Okay, neither the property contact nor the other methods contact, get contact, yada yada yada, exist on the Symfony view. So yeah, we are now getting into the weeds of the twig, which is good. It means that we're making progress. So let's grab that. So that's our error reporting message. This is our form here. This is the problem, I believe. Yep. So this should be profile.contact.name, I think. Let's refresh that page. Is subscribed should be probably profile. I think that's on the profile. There we go, and we got the email address. See, okay, cool. So let's make that a little bit more better. Why is that for username? For username, that's not good, is it? What's all that about? That should be for. That's not good. I think that's the name. And the name of this is. Bloody hell, what's that? Okay, as that doesn't work, we'll just get rid of it for now. That's fine. Okay, so that's the person's name. We're going to pass in. We're going to grab that, put that down here, and this is going to be email. So refresh that. So we should have name and we should have email. Yeah, sweet. Okay. So I'm going to just change this to be, let's just do foo@test.com. Let's just see if, actually just testing dot how to codewell.net. Let me just see if that saves. We'll have a test to back all this up, sure. But I just want to visualize. Aha, that has worked. Let's grab that. Let's log out. That's the message we want to check. We'll log in.
Hello, coders.
Excuse me. Blah, blah, blah. Hey, quality coder. Thank you for joining. Thank you for following as well. Thank you. Yeah, right. Okay. So we've got all those things in here. Sorry, I'm just doing the checks on here. I need to get into this. So no email. I just want to make sure that that email address has been saved. We pass that in. Now we log in. And we should, well, technically speaking, we should just go to the account dashboard, which we are. Woohoo! So that's good. And if we go to the profile, we now should have, oh, we can see the email address there, actually. Excellent stuff. I'm going to run those tests because the tests will drop the database, recreate the stuff from our dump file, so the user won't have an email address, what I'm saying. And then hopefully this failing test should pass. So yeah. Well, all of these tests should pass now. So these are the these are running through Selenium. Each one of these will drop the database, recreate all the stuff from our dump file, and then access the page, log in without without an email address, so just with the username and the password, and then it should be forwarded to the profile page. The second one is to log in with an account which does have an email address, and that should be forwarded on to the account dashboard page, which it is. And it's this third one which we want to play with. This is user logs in with an account that doesn't have an email address. The user should be redirected to the account profile page with an error. The user enters an email address and saves their details. Oh no, it's not worked. It's not worked. Okay, let's see. Oh, it's because it's still looking for the email field. Forgive me. Well, that's not right. The email field doesn't have that name. It is this user profile. So this, I believe that is that looking for. Have I set this up to look for the IDs or the names of the fields? Let me just double check. It's in tests. It's in support, and it's in step, and it's form steps. And it is, I enter into the form field. That's the hash. Hash means that's coming off of email. The ID. So the ID here is that. Got it. Okay, so that should be that. Okay, let's run the tests again. Now, I suppose one of the features, or I suppose one of the checks is that a user shouldn't really do anything to an account without an email address. So, for instance, well, I need your email address to send you emails that you've changed your password, or you've requested a new one, or you've enrolled in a particular course or whatnot. So I think what I need to do is enforce this rule throughout the CMS. So I need to make sure that if you log in without an email, you can't click through the account dashboard without actually entering another email. So yeah, how am I going to do that? How am I going to do that? I'm going to have to probably do the controllers, do they extend an abstract class? If I go to front end here, go to account controller, does this, abstract front end controller. So I could have a method in here that checks whether the user has an email address, and if it doesn't, redirect to a particular place, and then all of the front end controllers would extend that. So I could do it there. Thing is though, it's a redirect. So a redirect would be something like this redirect to root, and I would have to return that. So I'll have to be careful on that, I think. Right, how are we going with this? Okay, they've all passed. That's all good. Okay, so I'm going to do another scenario now where, and we'll do it. We'll do it under this one.
Hello, coders.
Where you log in without an email address. You get redirected to the account profile page, but then instead of going and dealing with that, you go somewhere else, but then you get redirected back to here. I guess that's probably the best thing. Hey, Lambo D7, thank you for following. Appreciate that. DJ, just came off of the tongue. DJ D7. I don't know what the 7 is or the D is, but nice to have you here. Nice to have you here. Okay, so the user logs in with an account that doesn't have an email address. The user should be redirected to the account profile page with an error. Okay, so we'll the user then goes to the, let's make one up. Let's make a page up. The user then goes to the dashboard. Let's just go to the dashboard. But is redirected back to the profile page. In fact, we can get rid of this part, so the user should be redirected to the account profile page. So the user is then redirected to the account profile page with an error. The user then goes to the dashboard but is redirected back to the profile page with the email with the error. Okay, so essentially what I'm doing here is we get to this point, we see the error, but then we do this. So then, oops. Then I go to account, which is our dashboard page. And I should be redirected to the account profile page, and I see the error. So I am logged out. Given I am logged out, yeah. When I go to login page, I enter in no email into the username form field. I enter in test1234 into the password form field. I click login. Then I should be redirected to the account profile page, and I see error, please enter email address. Then I go to the account page, and I should be redirected to the account profile page. I suppose that should be then, rather than... Yeah, and I see. Yeah. Okay, so this will fail because this facility hasn't been, this mechanism hasn't been set up. Essentially, I don't want a user to do anything in their account without actually putting in an email. Essentially. So let me run that test. Wish I could DJ. Yeah, right. And you want to drive a Lambo. Someday, eh? Someday. So I've been talking about music. I've been listening to a lot of sort of a lot of trance and a lot of drum and bass and a lot of just well, the chilled out stuff. What I say, chilled out stuff. Anyway, a lot of that recently. I find it helps me think a bit. I've never driven a Lambo though. I'm not sure if I would trust myself to drive a Lambo. I would probably drive it into my I don't know, my garage door by accident, you know, as I just tap the accelerator and don't realize I've got it in reverse or something silly like that. I would probably want to cover it in bubble wrap just so it doesn't get scratched. Okay, so that's failed, which is what we want, which is great. I've just realized something. I'm not actually deleting these PNG files, am I? The PNG files, the PNG files, they're when the tests fail. Selenium takes a little photo screenshot of the fail. Or maybe it does flush them. I think these are the new ones. Okay, so we've got to here. Is that right? No, that's the error. So this is so you've clicking on dashboard should take you back essentially to here. So that's what we need to sort out. So there should only be one failure. Okay. Yeah. So somehow I'm going to need to write some form of routine in in the controllers, aren't I, to deal with this scenario. Let's just do a really dirty hack, and then I'll tidy it up. How many times have I said that today and not done any tidy up work? So this is the dashboard here. So we get the user, and if we did the user get email, so email. Actually, we could just do if get email, if empty, sorry, if empty get email. Then we do a return this redirect to root, and we pass in the root name, which I think is that. What's going on with this? Expected a... Here we go. I think if I had a really expensive car, I think I would be one of those people that just put it in the garage and just polish it and not actually drive it. And I'll probably wear the hat, and I'll have the jacket, and I'll invite people around to see it, but I will never drive it. Be like a museum piece. Because I would be so scared. Quality Coder is saying that they've heard some music is good for coding, but I've also heard that having any music at all slows you down. Oh, really? Because a portion of your brain has to interpret the music, and a portion of... Oh, I didn't realize that. can't be used to help you with the code. Oh, cool. I didn't know that. So are you saying, like, it's best to be in silence when you code? So that's interesting. So on Friday, in fact, Friday night, for Friday afternoon, just before the finishing of work, I had to do a deployment to production. And oh my gosh, doing a production deployment on Friday really gives me the heebie-jeebies. Because, well, I want to have a weekend. And I know that if it goes wrong, then I'm going to have to fix it, you know. I would rather do a deployment early in the morning and then have the rest of the day to do the tidy up work. Not that anything should go wrong, because there should be tests and everything in place and all that jazz, but I mean, production deployments make me really cringe anyway. I'm always shaking when I'm hovering over the enter button, you know, in the terminal. Do I really want to do this? Or hovering over the deployment button in code deploy in AWS. Redirect traffic. That button is not red enough and big enough. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yes, so when I do those things, I like to have silence because I don't like any distractions. I shut the office door here, so shut the door, no music, nothing around, nothing that could potentially get in my way of doing those kind of things, which is daft because, you know, when you've got a decent pipeline that some people I know have, you know, that should take the pressure off, but it always makes me feel a little bit uneasy. Especially when you're working on like really high traffic sites and you have the responsibility to do the deployment, and especially when you're doing a deployment and you're working with a team and you don't 100% know what everyone has done, so you're deploying not only your work but everybody else's work as well. Maybe I'm just a control freak, I don't know, but that's one thing about this job that I just really do not enjoy, and that is deployments. Some people love them. This is probably a reason why this site is not live yet. The benefits of Mozart. Yeah, so I do like a bit of a little bit of classical sometimes. I've got a very varied music taste. It really depends on what I'm doing, to be fair. What kind of mood I'm in, what kind of mood I want to be in as well. Because I find that some music relaxes you and some music makes you feel really tense. Like, for instance, I like going out for a run now and again, and I wouldn't be listening to classical music whilst I'm running. Or doing weights in the gym. So we have that now. We've got these failing. One's failed. Okay, that's failed because we're not redirecting. Sorry, that's what I was doing. Okay, let's see if we can get that failing test passing. Sorry, I should have got this running off whilst I was doing the chatting, because these are starting to take time. These tests. I think eventually what will happen is that these acceptance tests will be run. I'll probably do them like in the evenings. I won't be running them all the time, especially when we get to a point where we've stabilized the system, right? When we've stabilized the system, maybe when it's in production and I'm working on development and I don't have to recheck all of the features that I've previously tested and all of that jazz. So I'll definitely keep doing the integration tests and the unit tests, definitely. But I'm thinking that maybe we split out these acceptance tests into something else that does a check. Oh no, it failed. That does a check, and they'll do and they should be done. I can't talk. A check should be done when a merge is made into the branch that I want to push. So, and that will all be done automatically anyway. So that's fine. But I think in terms of developing, I think as long as I'm just doing the tests on the things that I'm developing, I don't necessarily need to do a full end-to-end test, a full Selenium test of the features that I know already work. Because then we're getting into the territory of regression tests, and those tests should happen, but shouldn't happen like every 5 minutes. In my opinion, anyway. It's just my opinion. It's just because these just take time. These are just time-consuming tests. So user logs in with an account that doesn't have an email address. The user is then redirected to the account profile. The user then goes to the dashboard and is redirected to the profile page with an error. So the problem here is that we can't see, please enter this into the div alert. Is that right? Oh, that's right. I see now. So we have redirected to the nope, that's not the one. Yeah, so we've redirected to this page, but we don't have the error. I see. Okay, yeah, so we're going to need to put that error back in. So again, that is going to be it's going to be here, isn't it? We're going to have to pass in the request, which is request, because we need to get the we're going to need to get the actually no, we don't need the request, do we? We don't need the request. We don't need that. All we need to do is do this add flash. There we go, error. And we pass in whatever we've agreed, which is this error message into here. Excuse me. Yeah. I think that works. So let me run that again. Have I heard about the Mozart effect? It's not all classical music, it's especially Mozart and the way he constructed. I haven't heard of that. I certainly haven't heard of that, no. The Mozart effect. Nope, can't say I've heard of that. I do find, though, that some music you can listen to, and it's almost like time is... This is going to sound really hippie, but it's almost like you get lost in the sound. You become... You just become absorbed with it, and you can kind of like listen to it for a very long time, which is really the opposite effect of having, short attention span. So there's some things that you want to do really, really quickly, and your attention span is very small. But there's other things that you want to just be absorbed in. And I think that some music, not all music, but some music, because some music just grates on me. If you want to make me cry, take me to a musical, and I will. I'm going to get very angry, and I'll end up crying. I hate musicals with a passion. I just don't understand them. I just don't understand why people can like a musical. It's just not my thing. It's just not my thing. I feel very awkward, and I don't know whether I should be. It's one of those things. I don't know whether I should be watching it or listening to it, or listening to it and watching it. I don't know. Whereas with some music, I can just close my eyes and I just get lost. Get lost with it. Cannot do that with a musical. I don't understand. I think it might be something to do with having too many sensory things going on at the same time. You've got the storyline, you've got people acting, and then you've got them breaking out into song every 5 minutes, and it's like, hang on a minute, where's the storyline? I don't understand what's going on. Who said this? Don't like it. So that passed. That passed. Let me log out. Although, saying that, on the flip side, I would like to see an opera one day. I want to experience it. Let's log back in. But where do you draw the line? When does a musical become an opera? Or when does an opera become a musical? That just shows how uncultured I am, I suppose. Let me just delete all these things. I've never been to an opera. I've been to a few musicals where I have just sat there and cringed and died a little bit inside. Please enter. Okay, that's cool. What we're looking for is the fixtures, aren't we? We're looking for fixtures. I mean, the people who do musicals, they're extremely talented because they have to do all those skills, singing, dancing, acting, all of that jazz, and they're incredibly fit, to do all of that stuff. But I just it's like an overload of sensory overload. What am I looking for? I'm looking for my fixtures, aren't I? Data fixtures, user fixtures. And I'm looking for the account that we've just added, which is this one. So we go to no email, pass that in. Strangely though, I do like a Christmas pantomime. There's something about that which I really like, but I think it's because of the time of year. It's kind of like my kind of the only time in which I will allow myself to actually sit through a musical is around Christmas. I think I have like a musical quota. What am I trying to do? We've just logged in without an. Oh, hang on a minute. That has an email address. Why do you have an email address? Oh, it's because of the test I've just done. Right, let me just... yes, it's because of the test. I need to rebuild the database, don't I? So I need to do db rebuild. Yes, it's because the database gets rebuilt at the start of each test, not at the end of each test. So yeah, that's something to be aware of. And the last test was actually, to enter an email address, so that's why it's saved. Yeah. What frameworks am I using? This is PHP. This is Symfony. But on my day-to-day, there we go, let's log out. On my day-to-day, I use Concrete 5. I use Laravel login. For the front end, it's usually React. But currently it's Concrete 5, Magento. Hang on a minute. Magento and Laravel. And for the Python, it's Flask. Yeah, okay, that's cool. And then the password is this one. Sorry, jumping about here. I just want to log in and I just want to do this myself. There we go. So we got the email address thing here, and if I go to dashboard, we should now be redirected back to to here. There we go. So we can't go there. So now I really need to do the same thing, but for all of these. So if I hit courses, yep. So we kind of need this piece of logic to go somewhere else, don't we? But the thing is, we need to return it from the method that we're here, that's here, which means that we're going to need to have an if statement anyway. But it would be nice to put this somewhere, so I don't have to put in please enter email address all the time. Plus, in the future, I would like to translate this, and I would only like to put it in once. So, with that being said, yeah, let me think about this. Can I put this in the constructor of the abstract controller? I don't know if the constructor is the right place to put it. I'm thinking maybe a method that I call I want to keep the redirections out of the constructor. Let me have a play. So in the abstract front controller here, let's do public function check user email, passing in user, so if user get email, then this add flash. This I think we're going to have to deal with on the controller level, you know, on the actual yeah, so maybe we do, maybe this returns a boolean, so this returns false, and then this returns true, so that's a bool, and we'll change this to be has user got email. Add the flash. Return that as false, return that as true. And then from here, we do if this has user got email address, passing in the user. We do if hasn't got email address, so that's already been taken care of. Then we redirect to root. Now this root here, we want to put in a sort of a constant. So protected const redirect or profile. Yeah. What am I doing? It shouldn't even be in here. It should be in. We have a place for constants. Let's create a new PHP file in here. Let's call this URL or path. Yeah, root constants. Root names. Root name constants. Okay. This needs to be. Let me just bung that there. Grab this for a second. Okay, so front end account profile is the value of that. So we need to have front end account, profile. Have I not spelled constants right? No, I haven't. There we go. Okay, so now in our accounts, down in here, we redirect to root name constants. There we go. Okay. And what I'm going to do is pass in a optional argument here. So add flash, add error. We're going to set that as true. And down here, I'm going to do if add error. Just because there might be some instances where I want to check it, but not actually do anything about it. As in setting the flash. Okay. I mean, it's just, it's more manageable for the other things, I suppose. Let's just run the test, see if I've broken anything, and then I'll apply that to the rest of the things. I think that's probably wise. I don't think it's a good idea to put that in the controller. In the constructor of the abstract class. So I just have to add that to all the other bits. Or I'll tell you how another way I could do this is through an event listener. That would be good. That might be an interesting route to go down. So have an event listener that listens to page requests in the account. Yeah. So it'll be almost like a hook. It'll be an event, wouldn't it? It'll be an event. That would save having to put this in all the places. I mean, we've refactored it to a point where the flash gets added in a constant way. You know, so I don't have to change this all the time. We've also given it the ability to not add this if needed, so it just returns a Boolean. But let me have a little look and see. There must be a way. Of Symfony. Check user in every controller in Symfony. How to check on every request a user status. I'm making a browser game in Symfony 2 like an RPG. Cool. There's a moment when you start a battle and you can't do anything else until the battle is over. I need to check when the user has a status like in battle whenever the URL is trying to reach. I tried an event listener, so this is what I'm thinking about, to the kernel request and check every time that the user blah 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 blah. Is there a proper way to do this? So essentially this is kind of like how I'm doing it. You can do it by listening to the kernel controller event and throw an error when the condition is not met to execute that controller with a specific exception. Okay, a very good description of the mechanism is that you can read here. So let's go and have a look. So controller listener on filter controller event. Do some checks. There's the response. Option 3 would be a bad option. This is the exception listener on kernel exception. Controller listener on filter. Throw new controller available. Making a sub request in the exception handler. So this is all about making exceptions, but I guess it's kind of a similar thing. What I want to do is find how it's wired up. Because you can't just create a controller listener, you've got to modify its arguments by listening to controller event by calling set controller. Maybe we should. That's okay. I think that's kind of like on the right tracks. How to use voters to check user permissions. How to authenticate users, custom authentication system. I don't think it's a voter. How do I check Symfony? How to return all logged in users? Check blah 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 blah. Check if the user has remembered me. That's not what we want to do. Check user in every controller in Symfony. What's this about? You can use an event listener to listen to. Yeah, okay. I think this is the way to go. Make sure we're on 5.2. Except, okay, this is the exception listener again. That's how you wire it up. So you do kernel event listener, event kernel exception. So that's listening on the exception. However, we want to do it slightly differently. We want to do it on the controller, right? So I think they mentioned it down in here. Did they not? Something to do with kernel.controller. You can do it by listening to the kernel.controller event and throw an error when the condition is not met. Interesting. So this is doing it via kernel.exception. So we should do it by kernel.controller. Okay, let's have a play. Let's have a play. Because to be fair, I don't want to do this every time. And really this get user or throw exception should be in there too. These rules shouldn't be in every single method. All right, let's play. Has that okay? So we've got a test that works. So we have our control test, I suppose you can call it. Let's create let's create an event listener. Why not? Event listener. Is there any kind of event listener exception stuff? I'm just having a look at the conventions here. So what should we call this? Should we do user email listener? Or just user listener? Yeah, all right. User listener. How's that set up? So it's all of those things, as well as obviously the PHP-ness. We have the on-kernel exception. That's not what we need. Is there an example? Create an exception listener that will execute the redirect when the so that's what we want to do. But and this one which we saw earlier, this is doing a response. So it's on filter controller. It's a controller listener. So let's do account. Here we go. Account controller. Okay, so we now have the on filter controller. So I'm assuming this now filters out the particular filter controller collection. Oh dear, we don't seem to have it. Filter controller event.
Happy coding.
Is that right? VAR. Filter controller. Hey, Super Redstone 123, thank you for following. Oh, and thank you very much for the raid, JJ Nitros. The emotes are flying all over the place. I love it. Thank you. Does anybody know how to do event listeners in Symfony 5.2? That would be lovely. Filter. I don't seem to have the controller. Nope. Don't seem to have that. That's a bit weird. Okay. I need to use. Okay. Let's take it. What's this? Controller. Do I have anything? We got controller event. It might be controller event. It could be a controller event. I really should read the documentation, of course. I'm just making this up as I go. Okay, so do some checks. That's so we get the event, and then we do want to do a response. So here we do the response, and in this instance, we want to somehow pull out the user from here somehow, and then we want to, because we want to wrap this up. So we then check if the user has an email, and if not, we do the redirect route. I don't know if this is possible. I have no idea. Not a clue if this is possible. We're just playing. Call me JJ. Yeah, no problem. Hey, JJ. So we got an interesting challenge here. The first thing what I need to do, I'll just explain. I'll do some rubber ducking. So, hang on, I'm clicking all over the place. What am I trying to achieve? Right, so when one logs in to How to Code Well without an email address, because that is possible, because you could log in through GitHub and you don't need to have an email address for GitHub. I want to ensure that the user cannot do any kind of thing without supplying an email address. So I ran those tests again, haven't I? And I've updated the email. So the idea is that so we've got a test that passes this already, but we don't want to be putting our crazy logic, which is this stuff. We don't want to litter all of the actions with this. So what I'm trying to see is if there's a way of creating an event listener, a controller event listener, that can listen to when a user clicks around in their account and checks if the user has an email address. And if they don't have an email address, then we redirect them to our route, instead of continuing on their account journey, so to speak. But I must admit, I've never done this before. I've done the exception one because I've done that for an API, so API exceptions. But I haven't done this one. Haven't done this one. So you got your abstract controller here. It's this logic. It's this logic, and we're trying to see if we can get it into here, account controller listener. So what do we have on the event? We have get controller, get kernel, get request. Ooh, hello, we got request here. So we can get the request. That's interesting. So we got the request. That's pretty good. So from the request, can we get the... We can get the user. Look at this. Okay, now from the user, can we get the email address? Oh, hang on a minute. I need to... okay. So this is going to happen on all controllers, right? So this isn't going to be the case for all of them. So what I need to do is if user is an instance of user, then we get the email. So get email, which is email. This is all untested. Okay, so then down in here, we want to do if. Let's just grab that from this stuff. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Grab that, put that into here. Let's put that in as a method down there. So this has user got email, passing in the user. That's true, that's fine. This flash message, add flash. So that flash is going to have to be done on the request. So let's just, I tell you what, we can just set that to there. In fact, there's no need for any of this, is there? Not at all. Well, I tell you what, let's do a return. Let's do a ternary here. Let's do a return of that. So let's get rid of you. Let's get rid of all of that. Let's set that up. Let's get rid of this. There we go. Okay. So has email is equal to this. If has email is equal to false, then we do the redirection. So we do redirect this, or we return new response, and that's the maybe not. Can we do a new redirect response? Here we go, and we pass in the URL, which is this, and then that. So hang on a minute. This redirect response is this redirect generate, this generate URL. Generate URL is based on the router. Fine, okay. I don't think we've got the router, have we? I don't think we've got that. Cool. You're building a web browser. I was going to say a web browser game. That's cool. Thank you so much for swinging by, Super Redstone 123. Thank you. I'm sorry I've been a bit distracted. I'm trying you got me at a time when I'm sort of trying to work things through in my head, but I do appreciate the views. Thank you. Return redirect response. So, okay, that would be, I mean, if we were to do it just hard-coded, it would be this, right? Profile. There we go. Now, obviously, this is going to run on all things, which we don't want. Which we don't want. Actually, no, we do want, don't we? Because we want to do it whenever the user doesn't have an email address, regardless of whether they're on the front end or the back end. So yeah, no, this is what we want to do. Yeah. Yeah, the problem will be is if this interferes with other process flows. And also, I've just thought, if we redirect to this page, it's just then going to go into a horrible loop. Right. So, okay, to deal with that, because that's going to go into a mental loop. If we did event, we've got get request. Get request type is master request. Can we do get request? Is there a... Well, what was on the controller? I'm interested. Get controller. Is there anything like, what does that return? It just returns callable. Okay, that's not helpful. Is there a way we can actually get the request? Get session, set session. Get URI, we could do that. Get base URL, no. Because essentially what we want to do is make sure that the current request isn't this request. Otherwise it's just going to go round and round in circles. And then my memory will just die. And then it's one of those recursive loops, isn't it? So I need to somehow work out whether that request is... Is it? It is. It's just get URI, isn't it? It's that, isn't it? So I would prefer to do it not from the URI. I would prefer to do it from the root, but I don't know if I can do that. Get base URL. I think I would have to probably inject the router in. Get request URI, get request format, get relative path, get schema, get script name, get URI for path, get user info, get path info. Get content type, get method. Well, let's just try it with the URI first. Let's just see if we can get something to work, and then I can tweak it and modify it later. I've done a lot of coding without actually doing any testing, so let's just see what sticks, right? So if URI, because what we don't want to do is do anything with this. So if accounts profile, then we want to return null. I think that's what we need to do. So it's a redirect response or nothing. I think that's the full length of the URI though, so I've got a feeling I'm gonna have to do this, which is not good. Or, let's just keep it like that. Let's run a test and see. This might go into a massive loop. No worries, JJ. Take care, buddy. Thank you for joining. I'm gonna now run this and see if I can break my system. I don't think. Oh, actually, no. This isn't gonna work because it's not actually It's not actually hooked up. It's not actually hooked up. I'm gonna need to do. This to actually get it to work. I'm gonna need this stuff. So if we go to config. If we go to, nope, that's Cypress config here. Routes, services. URIs and all that jazz, that's all good. We come down to sort of this level, services here. So we've got an app event listener. This is my exception listener, which it isn't. This is called account controller listener. The kernel, I've got a feeling, well, that's the event listener, but that should be controller, I think. Yeah, I've never done this before. Let's give it a go. I suppose I could do it like that. So if URI doesn't equal profile, put everything into the if. I guess I could do that. Okay, we got an error. We got another error. We got another error. Something tells me that this isn't working. Okay. Let's see what the screenshots show. I should probably just do this manually, to be fair, rather than let the tests tell me. It'll probably be easier and quicker. Let me just load up one of these things. There we go. Attempted to call undefined method on kernel controller of class account controller listener. Did you mean on filter controller? Why not? Yeah, fine. All right, let's see. So on filter controller, let's just get rid of that line there. On filter controller is what I'm calling. Sorry. Yeah, let me just do this as manually. Let's just get that done. So let's refresh here. There we go. So on filter, just so I've got things to copy. Attempted to call method on controller. So where am I calling this? Is this in the services? Nope. Controller. Did you mean on filter controller? On filter controller. That is what I'm calling. So there is obviously something that I'm not hooking up correctly. Attempted to call undefined method on controller of undefined method on controller on kernel controller filter controller. Something isn't wired up properly at all, is it? Oh, hang on a minute. Whoa. Do I need to extend something? No. Damn. Kernel exception. If the kernel event listener tag defines a method attribute, it's not that. Hang on a minute. I think I've done something wrong. Quality Coder is saying on that page that you gave lines for your YAML file. There's a tab for PHP code instead of YAML. Maybe check that. Good advice. Kernel event listener. Event kernel exception. Thing is, this is testing for exceptions. And I'm not doing that. I'm testing for the controller stuff. So it's it's different. What's customer events? The event dispatcher, creating events. I just think I'm calling the wrong thing. Although that doesn't help. Okay, we got the controller event here. We're calling, well, this is what we've wired up on filter controller. And for some reason it thinks that I'm calling on kernel controller. Okay, let's have a look at this. That's the stack trace. See, kernel controller. And attempted to call undefined method. All right. Okay, enough's enough. Let's do a prevent controller execution with annotations and return. Let's just see. Kernel response. Modify the controller. Modify the controller or its arguments by listening to the kernel dot controller event, then calling set controller on the event object and modifying the attribute of the request object. Change the response rendered by listening to the kernel response. Change the response rendered. Maybe that's what we need to do. Kernel.response. Let's just play. Was it I reckon it's request. Don't know. I must say I'm swimming in uncharted territory here. On kernel request of class. I see. Oh, right, I get it now. Okay, so... Aha! I think I understand. So, if we went back to the controller, and I still don't know if that's correct. I don't know if that's correct or not. It will give me the method, I think. In fact, can we... Ahaha. Controller event. Get controller, set controller. Kernel event. Get controller request. Get request type is master request. It's not what I was thinking. So it is on kernel controller. Attempted to call the undefined method on control. So that, I think, needs to be that, I think.
Hello.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not sure. I really should do some reading into the different types of events, I think. Return value of on controller must be an instance of Symfony redirect response or null. None is given. Okay, so it has processed this, but... Oh yes, sorry. Okay, so yeah, now we can do our little workarounds here. So we get the requests, we get the URI, we deal with all this stuff. We're saying that we're not on the profile page. Which page are we on? No, we're not on the profile page. We have a user that has a email, so we need to return null. So I know that this needs to be refactored, but let's just get it to a point where it actually passes. How long have I been streaming for? 3 hours 42. It's been a long day. There we go. Boom. Okay. That is correct, isn't it? That's what we wanted to do. Have I just done the thing that we wanted to do? So let's just have a look. Let's get rid of this. In fact, let's get rid of this. And let's get rid of this. Now let's go to courses. And see if that redirects back to profile. No. Okay, no, that wasn't the thing that we wanted to. Does this user actually have an email address? Is this something where the tests have put it through and I need to... No, it doesn't have an email address. Let me just be 100% sure. Let's come out of this for a second. Let's do a make DB test rebuild. Let's just get it to a point where I know there's no email address. You know, we're back to where it was. We haven't ran any tests. We're not manipulating the data at all. You know, get it to a place where we are comfortable. Okay, good. Okay, so again, we need to log out. Then we log in. Now, I don't know if we've screwed up the whole mechanics of logging in and logging out and stuff like that. Let's log in with that user that doesn't have an email. So let's find the credentials, which should be in our fixtures, which is here, down in there. There we go. I will memorize this, I think. So we log in with the dummy credentials and we log in there. So we already know that this is going to take you to the profile page because that's done in the, that's handled in the on success. So that's already, that mechanism's already wired up. The mechanism that we want is that if you go to another page, say courses, the settings, the billing, the security, we should be going back to the profile page, but that's obviously not happening. So this isn't actually doing the thing I wanted it to do, essentially. So we get the user. So I don't know whether we don't have a user at this point, or I don't know. Or maybe this isn't the right event that I should be looking for. That's a possibility. That's a strong possibility. I reckon that's the thing. Hey, Pomplas, thank you for following. I reckon it's something to do with this. I reckon that needs to be a request. I reckon. Let me, before I make any drastic changes, let's just have a little look. That is what we want to do on each request. And we did have some good insight in here saying you can do this by listening to the kernel controller event and throw an error when the condition is not met to execute that controller with a specific exception. Create an exception listener that will execute the redirect when the intercept that specific exception. A very good description of the mechanism is here, so we've got that loaded up. I need to check when a user has a status like in battle. So that's our dot controller, and this is saying modify the controller or its arguments by listening to the controller, the kernel controller. So it's like this. Although filter controller event on filter. that method doesn't compute. Create an exception controller. On filter controller not available. Make a sub request in the exception. Of course, that could be a problem. We might be running in a sub request rather than the master request. That could always be a thing. Controller listener. Is that method here on controller? I think I need my debugger to step through. Throw though your to HTTP compiler. Get response for exception event. It's just this on filter controller that is throwing me because we don't seem to have it. So all right, let's just go through the code again. Let's just so we can see. Let me just rubber duck the control this a minute. So on kernel controller, I don't think that's the right thing. We get the request, we do the URI, we get the URI, and then we check if the URI is that, and if it is, return null. I don't think that's the way to go because there's too many. The cyclomatic complexity here is a bit off the chart, I think. So what we need to do is do what Quality Coder has mentioned before, and that's to check the other side of this. So we only return null once. So what we could do is if it doesn't do that, then we wrap this in here. So if URI doesn't equal this, then we get the user. We check if the user is an instance of user, and then we check if we have an email. And if we don't have an email, then we do the return. And then outside of this, we then do the return null. That makes sense. Yeah. That makes sense, I think. I mean, I could split this out further, right? But that flows a bit better. So let's click on one of these things. It seems to be doing a lot more work, doesn't it? You know, the refresh. That's still not where we're at, what we should be doing. I'm going to do some dumping, I think. Yeah, I'm going to dump out URI, and I'm going to dump out user, and I'm going to die. Oh yeah, the user hasn't been set yet. Let's do that down in here. I'm still suspicious that this isn't the right thing I need to do. Okay, all right, so we have account courses and we don't have a user. So at this point, we don't have the user. That is why we've got the problem. And we need to have the prefix, don't we? We need to have that. So something to do with the user. which makes me feel like this event is being fired at the wrong time. It's like this gets fired before the user credentials are checked. Okay. Events and the Symfony listener. Okay, so we need to check whether the is a master request. A single page can make several requests, one master request and then multiple sub-requests, typically when embedding controllers in templates. For the core Symfony events, you might need to check if the event is a master or a sub-request. Okay. Debugging event listeners. You can find out what listeners are registered in the event dispatcher using the console to show all events and their listeners run this. Okay, fine, I will. So we've got kernel view, terminate, response, request, finish request, exception, controller arguments, controller, that's what we're playing with. So on kernel controller is the requests. Right, okay, gotcha. Okay, these are the okay, so these are the things that I can call on these things. I see. So on controller arguments, on kernel request, on voter, on terminate, which is console terminate, error, and these are console jobbies. I don't need to worry about those, I don't think. Don't think on log out, that's pretty cool. On terminate, on voter vote, on kernel controller. I'm wondering if this is actually on the request here. Of course, it could be on the response. I don't think it'll be on the response, though. No. It's not going to be on the view. All right. So I'm wondering if it's on the response or the request. Maybe. I don't know. I think I need to do a little bit more investigation. So that checks whether it's on the master request. Don't do anything if it's not on the master request. Certain things like checking information on the real request may not on the sub. Yeah. Okay. Just to play with, just to experiment a little bit. Let's do this. Let's do this on the request. I think. Actually, let's do get, so Symfony, get user from event listener. Calendar event listener. You need to inject the container via dependencies, yada yada yada. Do the thing. maybe I'm just getting the user in the wrong way. Maybe I need to do it from the token. That would make sense. So you pass in your token storage. Yeah, maybe that's how I should do it. I reckon that's probably what I need to do. Yeah, I reckon that's probably wise. So rather than getting the user from the request, I get the user from the token storage. That makes a lot more sense. Let's do a public constructor here. And let's pass in token interface, which is the, I think it's that one. Token. So instead of this, we do this token get user, because that would get it from the don't know. Okay, and then from here, what we do is we pass that in as in the arguments. So sorry, I'm jumping about here. What am I looking for? Services. Down in here where we got the tags, we also want to put in arguments, and we want to give the arguments security token storage. Right. Let's see. It hasn't failed yet, but it's still loading. Hey, it's failed. Type property of account controller token must be accessed. Must not be accessed before initialization. Okay. Strange. I guess we could set this to null, maybe? And have that as a optional, I guess. I don't know. I think these events aren't correct. Yeah, on null. So it's null. Okay, well, that's a shame. Right, I'm gonna have to shoot off, I think, because we've been going for about 4 hours 59 minutes. So but I will look into this and see what I need to do. I suspect what's happening is that I'm not using the right event. I'm not listening on the right event, and I suspect that I'm not injecting the right thing. Like for instance, when we get to the let me just double check something. When we go to the security in here, we are passing in the token interface. The token interface is, I just want to make sure that we've got the right token interface. It's that. Whoops, sorry. So if we go back to here, is that the same thing? It is. Okay, so we are passing in the right token interface, but I just don't think we're, of course, are we passing in, I don't know. I'm going to have to work through this, I think. It's a puzzle. It's a puzzle that I will solve. Anyway, thank you ever so much, everybody, for watching. Happy coding, everybody, and I'll see you again soon. Cheers. Bye-bye.